least I sure hope so. Let's see how we're going. Let's make sure that I have good volume, everybody can hear me, and then I will get to talking about what we're here for today. Hello Phil and SPC3D and non-fam who are already in the chat. Good to see you. If you guys will just let me know that you are hearing the sound of my voice, we will be good. My levels look good here, so I think it should be good on your end. Looking good, I got from Extra Pickles. I like extra pickles on my McDonald's and Burger King burgers as well. What we got? Kind of quiet, I'm hearing. Well, my levels don't look quiet, so I hate to turn it up too much, but I can turn it up a little bit. What's everybody else think? How you doing, Coffee? Good, but volume's low. All right, well, let's turn it back up a little bit. That should be no problem. How's this? Is that any better? Let me get it. I guess I need to get it a little bit more in the yellow. How about that? Again, we want to make sure all of the technical stuff is good before I get going. I can turn it up even more if that's still not good. Let me know. I think there's a little bit of lag today on here because when I'm talking and you are responding, it's definitely definitely a lag going on, but I don't know what's causing that. Better. All right. You know what? I'm going to crank it up a little bit, but I don't want it to really peak. So if over the course of this stream you guys hear that the sound is not good and it is peaking a little bit higher than what we want it to be, please let me know. Otherwise, turn up your volume a little bit, and otherwise I'm just going to play background music while I do this. I got a question in the chat, so we'll do a little bit of chat Q&A before we get going while people join in. I know there's usually a little bit of a lag. I'd like to get at least 50 people in here before we get going. It's nice to set a goal before we get started. Anyway, let's get started by saying Happy Valentine's Day for those of you in parts of the world that celebrate such things. I figured I'd give you something to do today if you had no other plans. And today is Valentine's Day, at least here in the U.S., if you celebrate that kind of thing. But other than that, what's going on? I was asked early here, how many printers do I have? Well, I have to say the last 2 months my printer collection has grown substantially because apparently right out around the first of the year a lot of these companies really wanted to send me printers, and I got a little bit backed up, and so you're going to be seeing hopefully a string of 3D printer reviews coming up. But let's see how many I've got on shelves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, about 13 if you count my resin printers. It's too many. I don't have room to actually run that many printers simultaneously. So my plan is right after COVID starts to calm down a little bit, I'm going to start giving these away to local groups, maker spaces, schools, whoever I think can use them, particularly if they're already skilled in knowing how to use them if I give it to them. That's my plan with all of these printers because I obviously don't need this many. Honestly, if I've got probably 4 or 5 really reliable printers that I can trust, that's probably all I need. Valentine, is that how you pronounce that? It's your day. Happy Valentine's Day. How you doing, Frank, Abu? 3D printing and painting, good to see you as always. Anyway, what we're doing here today, if you somehow missed the description or the post on social media, we are looking at the EcubMaker TOYDIY2, and what this is their second generation of all-in-one 3D printer, CNC, laser, and dual color 3D printing. That's why they call it 4-in-1, because it does single color and dual color, of course. You know, I meant to do this before I got started. Let me see if I can do this safely, because I want to show you what we started with here, and I know you can hear me as I get going because I've got on my mic still, but I wanted to show you, if you haven't seen my original review or if you haven't done any pre-research, I wanted to show you. So this is the original TOYDIY, and I did a full review of this printer 4-in-1 machine on my channel before, and I loved it. I got it working really well. I think out of all the reviews I saw, I apparently had the least problems with it, and it just worked really well for me. I got dual color printing working beautifully. I got CNC working really well. Here's a coaster I made that's still sitting here on this. And I really like this printer a lot. My only complaint, and what made it relatively unusable for me, at least for a lot of the projects that I plan, is just size. This is a really small printer. I think it was about 120 by 120 by 120, if I remember correctly. Again, don't quote me on that. I'm remembering that off the top of my head. But I really like this printer, and my biggest recommendation to them was to go bigger, and that is exactly what they've done here with a new Kickstarter. So anyway, again, this is, you can tell the size difference we're talking here. This is the original one, excuse me, sitting on top of the box for the new one. So huge difference in size. Let me set that aside here. We'll maybe pull that out later as a final comparison when we really get it going. Zan R7, thank you very much. I'm glad you've enjoyed my Ender 5 Plus content. Hopefully everyone has had a chance to see my latest video, which talked about the Lurge mainboard, and it's done extremely well. So everyone that's watched that has left very positive feedback, and I appreciate everyone taking a look at that video. It's been a very positive video for me. So today I am drinking my 3D Fuel mug from Earth 2019. I've got coffee. At least that's what I'm starting with. If I run out of coffee, I'll probably switch to something else. Hopefully all of you have your beverages and are about ready to go. So I've been going for almost 10 minutes here, and I think it's about time to start the unboxing. Let's go and start though with the actual Kickstarter. That's important to look at. So I'm going to switch over to my screen share. So it should be on screen share now. I'm actually going to make sure that switches over and that you're seeing what I want you to. There you go. So this is the Kickstarter as of right this minute. These usually update automatically, and you can tell they're actually doing pretty well for a roughly $100,000 goal on their Kickstarter. And right now they're at $76,000. Again, this link, if you want to follow it, I mean, you can obviously see it here at the top, but if you want the link, it is in the description. And it still has about a month to go, 33 days, and it's got 126 backers already. So if you look through this, you'll notice, let's go ahead and go down to the key features and what people want to see. You know, FDM single, FDM dual, and laser on wood, laser on leather, laser on plastic, and then some CNC carving, which they say will do wood, PMMA, PCB, and plastic. I have to admit, the PCB sounds pretty awesome to me, that they've got that officially supported in this version of the printer. And again, they're showing a lot of videos that this actually does what it says it's supposed to. I wanted to come down here to the dimensions of the machine. As you can see, it does have automatic leveling built in. You can see right here, they're showing how that works. They've got a probe here on the bottom. And here are the dimensions of the build plate. It is 350 by 300 by 350, so that's a really good size machine. Even if it was just a 3D printer, that's a very respectable print size. And let's see what we got here. They actually had here, and there's the other thing I wanted to show you, which is the actual machine dimensions, because it's a large machine. You can see it has this really large base here at the bottom. Really, you're going to need, it's not going to fit very well on a shelf, to be honest, because it's 630 millimeters tall, and it is 450 by 550, so if I keep this one out, it's probably going to have to go here on the table behind me. But I think that's good enough here. They do actually have some stretch goals, which I really like. So if they hit $500,000, they are going to open source the complete set of machine design drawings, which is incredible. I think that's a terrific idea. And if they hit $1 million, they will also open source the source for all of their software. So I think those are very reasonable goals. Hopefully they'll hit them. I mean, I wish them all the best because I have enjoyed this in the past. If you want to see some other live streams, we've got Neary's down here, and we have Jim from the Edge of Tech who have already done live streams on this printer. Now, if all goes well, I plan to do a complete review on this machine, or maybe not a complete review because I'm on kind of a time crunch to get it in before the end of the Kickstarter campaign, but I plan on doing a quick review that will go over what I think about this machine in its current state. So, switching back to my wide shot here, let's see what's going on in the chat. I was asked Ender 5 Plus versus Ender 5 Pro. To me, that purely comes down to a size. Do you need the extra space of the Ender 5 Plus? I think the Pro is a little bit easier to use than the Plus, just for a new printer owner. The sort of that stock Marlin interface, I think, is a little bit easier than their touchscreen interface, to be honest. But I think that comes down to size, because either one can be learned. Let's see. Hey, Jeff, putting together his new printer. Good job. I hope that goes really well for you. Thank you, 3D Printing and Painting, for sharing this stream. Hopefully we get some more people in here. We are almost at 50 viewers, according to my side. So Greg says he just ordered his first printer. I think it's a first printer, and just got an Ender 5 Pro. Thank you. I hope you enjoy that printer. The Pro is an excellent machine. I've got 2 of them, so I highly recommend it. All the software needed and explanation of everything. I like how you wrote that, like I can just do a video that just explains it all. I would love to do more of that beginner starter content. The channel's going to be sort of shaping and growing this year. I finally hit a point on the channel where I can focus a little about shaping it, growing it to exactly, I think, what, after 2 years of doing this, what my vision of the channel going forward will be. And I do hope to produce more of that kind of beginner content. So look forward to that. I won't be able to get it out immediately, unfortunately, because I have too many obligations for the channel. But I do hope to get more of that content out soon. So let's go ahead and get started with this. You guys have been sitting around listening to me talk, and I think you all came for a show, so let's do that first. So here's the giant box it came with. As you can see, this is very well packaged, because I can tell you, looking at this back corner of the I need to bring up my window so I can make sure that you're seeing what I'm showing you. So if you look at this back corner back here, it's fairly beat up. The shipping company did not particularly treat this with kid gloves, even though it has multiple fragile stickers on it. And so they did a good job of packaging it, it looks like. And just so you know, I have already opened the box and pulled out some of the documentation to make sure I was prepared for this stream, because I didn't want it to go too slowly. I wanted to make sure that at least everything looked like it was in one piece, because the last thing I want is to start a live stream and something to be damaged. But due to the condition of the box, I did pull it out a little bit ahead of time to make sure that we were all right. So let's pull this open, and I'm going to be throwing everything over here. And I also have today prepared me a table back here so that I can have a place to move this off to make sure that I don't run out of room like I normally do and have to use the floor. Hey, how you doing, Asker? I appreciate you dropping by. Thank you very much. Good to see you from Denmark. Boy, I really have to visit some Scandinavian countries, because there are a lot of people in that area of the world that you know, say hi, and just, it seems like a lovely place to visit and probably live. How you doing, Chris? Good to see you as well. So, first of all, I think I'm going to switch over to the close-up camera, and we're going to start right there. Let me probably move this up a little bit. Oh, we have more from Denmark. See what I'm talking about? Denmark has wonderful people. Good to see you. How do you pronounce that? Michael? Is it just Michael, but just spelled a little bit different? Here we go. We have our packing slip that has all of our different components that should be in this box. Oh, and we got Holland. See, I'm telling you, that part of the world, I think you're my kind of people. So, and we have Indiana, so we have the U.S. represented. Thank you very much, Will. And look, we've got Daniel from Sweden. Boy, I'm going to have to go into, when all of this nonsense, I say nonsense, I hope that's not denigrating it, but all of this unfortunate pandemic stuff going on, once that's over, I'm going to have to make a trip to that part of the world, and we're going to have to do a meetup, because that would be a lot of fun. Maybe there'll be a maker exhibition or fair or whatever in that part of the world, and I'll have to join you. We got Michigan, Canada, everyone's saying where they're from. Excellent, more Canada. Thank you very much all for dropping in. All right, so again, packing slip, we've got print beds and Z-axis, and we've got 4 different tool heads and goggles and SD cards. Anyway, but they apparently have we got Jupiter. We have the solar system represented here, thanks to Coffee to Clutch. Do they have good coffee on Jupiter? That's what I want to know. Scotland, one of the top destinations on my list. Scotland, the UK. Highly want to visit that part. Sweden have a maker fair. Yes, that's what I'm hoping for. All right, so we also have our quick start guide, which I have already started looking through because I want to make sure again that I was prepared. And this quick start guide is excellent. It covers all of the assembly. It covers the main board layout. It covers how to hook up each of the different tool heads and get started. I really did. The first printer that I reviewed had a particularly good guide, and this machine is no different. So there we go. Right here, let's pull this out. Thank you, Will. Scotland is lovely. I can only imagine. There we go. This is apparently our extruders. So hopefully you can see that all right. Thank you very much, Will. I appreciate that, that sticker. The lovely sticker of a hippo. Very nice. Oh, we got Italy. We've got just the whole world represented here. Can't wait for some of our African viewers to drop in as well, because I know typically I have a couple people from the Africa continent that drop by and say hi. So we have extruders in this box. I'm not going to open it up yet. We'll get into that later. Let's pull this out. And what do we have here? So right here, it looks like this is just our, let me make sure I'm good and focused, maybe. There we go. So this looks like our Z assembly, and it has a bag on it. I'm going to leave the bag on it for the time being. We'll pull into this. Volume keeps cutting. Is anyone else having volume issues? Oh yeah, there it is. It looks good here. Anyone else having volume issues? Let me know. I'm going to keep going until I hear from more of you. This is a new microphone. My other microphone was dying on me, so I had to replace it. But I recorded my whole last video on this one. Sounds okay. All right. Let me know. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Anyway, there's our Z-axis assembly. I'm going to pull that off to the side. We have both of our spools of filament. And so we're going to use those later as we do some test prints. Let's see what else we have in here. Let's go and pull all of these out from the side. We've got our laser tool head. We have our FDM tool head. We've got our CNC tool head. Hey Dan, good to see you. See, without Dan, how would we know to push the like button? Thanks, Dan, for joining us. There we go, CNC tool head. What else we got? We've got the dual FDM tool head. Now, if I remember in the Kickstarter correctly, you can choose which tool heads you want. You can pay less if you just want the printer, but not all the CNC and laser tool heads. Or so there, I think, if I remember correctly, there's different different levels of support there, depending on if you don't want everything this thing has to offer. All right, and the last one, it's just called mounting. It's got mounting stuff in it. It looks like under the sticker it says filament holder, so that's probably mainly what's in here. And then last but certainly not least, it looks like the base of the printer. Sorry, Just, I don't know if my daughter will be making it to this stream. I think that they are doing other things today, but I will let them know that you asked for them. They always like to join the stream if they are not busy or if they're feeling particularly like, you know, being on YouTube today. There we go. Let's see. And these are the final parts. It looks like we have the printer. We have a plate here. This is probably the CNC plate. I should turn up the, let me make this a little bit brighter for you guys real quick. That should be a little bit better. All right. So here we go. This is probably the CNC build plate. This is a very hefty piece of steel. And we have, this is probably the base plate to the actual base of the printer. The Volang says, got their Ender 5 Plus yesterday, printing ABS on its stock. Great printer. You know what? I love stories like that where it just works for you. That's terrific. There we go. And that's it for the box. So let's swap this around. Throw this off to the side. And now we are ready to go. Let's see what we've got here. We need our quick start guide, because as you guys know, I follow the directions when I get new printers, because that's what I expect most people to do. So they say first things first, use scissors to cut off the zip ties, so we'll make sure we get the zip ties off of there. And graphs the Z-axis aluminum profiles. Yeah, they're telling me to very carefully remove everything from the box, and then there's a whole bunch of packaging accessories. And now we need to assemble the printer. So first thing I want to do, the base is definitely involved in the first part of assembly. And if you are not new here, you know I like to look at the insides of this printer before we even get started with the assembly, because that's the easiest time to do that. So let's go and get the plastic wrap off of here. There we go. All right. So we'll take a look at the top real quick, because I don't want to damage anything as we're doing this. All right, so it's got a special cable right here, actually. Let me switch back over. All right. So we have a special cable right here that is for the heated bed. The actual glass is attached to the build plate, which I don't mind. It's a little dangerous, because if you damage this glass now, it's going to be a huge pain to replace it, because, you know, you're going to have to pry that off there. So, precautions for using the platform adjustment knobs. This just adjusts the flatness platform during CNC engraving. You cannot use the knobs to adjust the platform during 3D printing and dual color 3D printing. Okay. They say use the automatic leveling when printing. Do not use the knobs. I guess that's a matter of opinion. But that you are going to use these when doing CNC. And the 3D printing dual color adjustment. All right, there's some other information here. As you can see, it's a nice platform. It is huge. It takes up the complete width here. Let's see if I can turn this over safely, and we will take a look. Fixing my knob. My knob here got messed up. I know you can't see that, but let's go ahead and flip this over. I want to see what's inside this machine. Very carefully setting it on its top here. And let's see if I can zoom in a bit so that you can see what's going on. Da, da, da. And I just installed some new lighting in here, and I really thought this was going to be enough lighting, but I am now thinking it's not quite enough. I keep having to change the camera. Let's go up a little bit more on the lighting. I don't want you to have to strain yourself to see what I'm doing. All right. So, how you doing? BV3D, Brian in the chat. Good to see you, Brian. Welcome. Someone having to leave? Chris, Travis having to leave early? All right. Pop back in if you can, man. Thanks for joining us. Anyway, let's take a look at what we've got here. So the main board here is an EcubMaker branded main board, meaning that this is not from a third party. They are not reusing hardware. They actually had hardware designed in-house for this machine. Looking at how it's put together, it is a... Trying to see what chip that is. I know you're going to see the back of my head. It is an ATmega 2560. So they're still using an 8-bit processor on this printer, which I don't care. I'm not an 8-bit hater. If they are able to do everything this printer is supposed to do, everything this machine is supposed to do using an 8-bit controller, I'm not going to complain, but it is an 8-bit controller. I'm not going to peel off these heat sinks to see what our drivers are because I really don't want to damage anything. So, I don't know what the controllers are. I don't know if it's silent, but we'll find that out when we start printing it. If you notice, they did something here, which is what I typically do in a lot of my videos, which is they mounted the board in the center. Looks really good. And interesting, they even put some tape underneath the board here to keep it from shorting out, even though I don't know how that would happen, but safety first. But what they've done, they've run all their wires to the side of the machine. So their USB runs here to the back. Their power, which is for the heated bed, comes back here to the back, and they've got this really beefy connector for it, which I really like. Let's see, everything else looks really good. No hot glue on everything, so hopefully they don't have any problems with things popping out. They've got a, looks like a splitter here, which is for the Z axis. So they are running both Z's off of one driver. But so this is interesting to me. Well, I take that back. We're going to come back and fill this in later. So I think that looks pretty good. I think I would replace this plug right here with one that actually locks in. I don't think I would use that type of plug there. But overall, it looks pretty good. I think we should treat this with all of the skepticism we would treat any other machine. And I am going to see if they tinned their connectors or if they left them alone. And it does look like they are tinning their connectors. So for people that are worried about such things, they are tinning them, and they should be putting ferrules on these instead. So, EcubMaker, if you're seeing this video, please switch to ferrules rather than tinned connectors. I know it's a little bit extra cost and hassle, but it's what I would do. Alright, but hey, please keep in mind, one thing I didn't say earlier in this video, this is a pre-production unit, right? And they have time to change things before they ship these. So hopefully my comment about these connectors, and they'll get them fixed. Alright, so that's it. They have their display over here. They have something called a Hunt Key power supply. I've never heard of Hunt Key. I don't think that's a brand name that many people have heard of. But that's Hunt Key. The other thing is they did not put crimp connectors on all of their wires here. I know I can't show that to you easily. Oh, maybe I can. Let's do this. But they didn't crimp all their connectors. Some of them, they just put the bare wires in the terminals, which I guess is okay. I mean, people do that. But for a production machine, please put connectors. Put the crimp connectors on here, on all of these. Yeah. There's no reason to just run wires. Let's crimp things. Let's put ferrules on it. The electrical needs a little bit of work. These are easy things that I will probably fix myself, but I don't know why they would do that. But hey, this is why I do what I do, and this is why I take a look at these ahead of time. So let's flip this back over. Yeah, I mean, again, if you do things like that on your own, that's fine. But from a production machine, I don't know why you would skip on the crimp. I agree. That's why I'm bringing it up. Okay, so next up, we're going to do the Z assembly. I'm going to move this down and see if I have enough room here on the side of my table for the Z assembly so I can assemble it next to it. This is really light. Not a heavy part of the assembly. See if I can get the plastic off here. Hey Dan, if you're watching still, what should people do with that like button? We got 65 people watching and 33 likes. What should people do? And there's the real Sam Prentice. Good to see you joining. How you doing? Listen to Dan. Dan says to smash the likes. And I agree with Dan. That's how we let people know we're here streaming. And all right, there is our Z assembly. I'm going to do kind of a lopsided thing here. Everything looks pretty good. My Z screws look straight. I'm going to need something that I can clip these off with. These are some beefy zip ties. And we like beefy. There we go. That comes off, and that comes off. That comes off, and that comes off. Again, that was in the instructions to pull those off. And I'll pull those off. Okay. How about if we can, no, I'm not going to make promises. I'm trying, Dan's getting me excited and I'm about to make promises and I don't want to do that. Okay. So I will, just looking over this, I will say that everything looks well labeled. All the wires here in this area are labeled like they should be, and same thing down here at the bottom. I did notice when I was looking at it earlier, I think one of my Z-rods came out. Well, I thought so. I'm not seeing it now. Why did I think it was true earlier? Oh, there it is. Okay, so one of my Z-rods did come out. Easy to fix. But yeah, one of my Z-rods is loose down here, so I'm going to go ahead and fix that before we even get started. That can just sometimes happen in shipping. So I'm going to tighten that back up. If we have problems with it again later, then I can adjust it. But I don't want to have problems with it or forget to fix that later. You're saying the Z's are not connected? Neither one of them? No. This Z is connected. No, the Z's are not connected like electrically, no. They are not connected. Let's see. Hey, HVAC, you're encouraging things here. I don't know if we want to do that. HVAC's hoping that if you get me excited enough, I'll just give stuff away. There we go. All right, I like that. We good. We good. We good. We good. Okay. And time for a sip because I'm talking a lot. I might have something to give away, but I don't know. We'll see. There aren't very many people in here today. I need more peoples. How old is my daughter? I've got two daughters. One is 11 and one is 14. Let's see. Okay, so first thing we're going to do, we're going to get this assembled. It already has the screws. Let's switch over. All right, cause okay, that's the best. That's the best shot I'm giving you right now. Right here, we've got the screws, and it has two sets of these, and they are both. Okay, let's do that. Okay, so right here we have two sets of screws, one on this side and one on this side. They're already in there, so I'm going to need to pull that out. I do think that this comes with a kit. Thank you, Will T, for the $1.99. That's terrific of you. Thank you very much. I am going to show you what I'm doing here. This actually has a box of stuff. I'm going to be pulling these out in case I need any of the screws or tools or anything else. So I've got screws and rubber pads, and there's a CNC toolkit, and I'm not showing it to you. No, I am a little bit better. CNC toolkit. I have a bag of parts. Pretty unclear what these parts are. I've got the SD card, which is a 4 gig SD, a all-in-one adapter. There we go. And I've got a USB cable. I've got goggles because it does have a laser, so thank you very much for including the safety equipment. Got a US plug. Terrific. I have tools. Let's look at those in a minute. And they always include a little bit of material. So I don't know why they include foam unless this is what they expect you to cut on top of. We've got a piece of plexi. We have a piece of cardboard. So they give some sample material to do the jobs on. And in the tool bag, which I don't know if I'm going to use these today, I'm probably going to use my tools because I'm trying to be quick. This is really nice. A full set, including a holder of hex keys. So that's really nice. You know, I don't even think you'll need them all for this particular machine, but that's a nice addition. As well as a small screwdriver and a even smaller hex key than I think was in the rest of the kit, or maybe a longer one. And so that's what's in the tool bag. So I just wanted to get that out of here first. Now I'm hitting my mic here, which I don't like. Sorry for that. Let's see. CNC foam just for testing CNC. That sounds like a plan. Let me see. I think I've missed some chat here. How do you feel about the MKS Robin Nano 2 for the Ender 5? The Robin boards are fine. When I've used them in the past, they've come on inexpensive printers, which has made me feel they're a bit cheap. But I haven't pulled one out and tried to install it myself, so I don't have a strong opinion about the Nano boards at this point, the Robin boards. Justin 3D's got two daughters as well. Bless you. I hope that goes well. Let's see. Hey, Ram Design from Canada. Good to see you. Yeah, sends a nice set of tool skims on the wiring. Yeah, I think I want them to spend a little bit more time on the wiring for sure. Oh, -5 in Copenhagen. Ugh, it's not that cold here, luckily. It's overcast and crappy, but it's not that bad. All right, so back to the build. How are we doing? Okay, we're not even through the first hour. That's a good sign. So first thing I want to do, let me see if I can find the right tool to do these. And I'm going to go ahead and remove these screws because we need them to install the first part of this. Hey, look at there. We got 2 in 1. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Oh, we got 3. What we got here? Thank you, Brian, putting the fab in fabrication 1,024 pennies towards materials to CNC fund. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to have to CNC. We've got Dan. Share the stream all and smash that like button, and Chris will show some love. Show Chris some love. Okay. You know, we were talking about giveaways, so Thank you, Dan, very much. And we got HVAC with the $9.99 and another cool sticker. Thank you very much. And Ram Design is beating with the -19 today. And Maker Viking has joined us and also has a -19. Or sorry, Ram is -12. Maker Viking is in Norway with a -19. Like I said, I think out of pure number of people that join me in my live streams, I think the Scandinavian region is definitely going to have to be where I visit first when the world opens back up. And here I thought I needed to visit the UK. Maybe I was wrong. Not that it's still not high on my list, but apparently the makers are living in up in there, Norway. All right, so got all these screws out now. -6 in Michigan. Uh-oh. Coffee to clutch talking stuff. All right, I'm not going to pull off any of these yet. Let's get this on here. Which way is it going to go? Looks like probably towards the back. Yeah, I think it's... Is this the right way? Let's find out. Make sure we're not... I think it's that way. Is this a good shot? Everybody seeing what's going on? I want to make sure that this is more or less useful the way I'm showing it to you. I think that's it. The screws usually go in the back, so we're going to assume that's how this goes. And I think, let's see, can I get my screwdriver in here? Maybe. I can get it in here a little bit. Otherwise, I'm going to have to switch to the standard L-shaped ones. Oh, that's not it. So one thing I'm noticing is you do have to line up the... Skip the UK, too many taxes. Love it. I've noticed you do have to line up these because otherwise you can't find them once you get the screws on it. They have these T-nuts already in the extrusions down here, so you have to line those up ahead of time. Good evening, Mike and Lone Tech. Good to see you. Good to see you both. All right, we are building a large all-in-one machine here. See if I can get this in here now. Again, this isn't the most convenient way to do these screws because you have to get them lined up before you can even get the screws in there. So definitely not ideal. I'm going to raise up my... Can you raise up the Z-axis? You should be able to raise up the Z-axis. I'm going to raise up the Z-axis here so I have a little bit more room to work. Yeah, I don't... Well, see, these are the T-nuts that slide in, so they're better than the ones that have to turn. But you still run into a problem. If I have to line them up, it's kind of a pain to line them up ahead of time. Again, I'm just trying to raise this up a little bit. I know this is time consuming, but I want to be able to get underneath this to be able to screw this down. It makes life a lot easier than trying to work around it. Alright, I think that's high enough. So let's see if I can... I'm going to stick my screwdriver in here to line them up a little bit. And now you can't see anything. Oh well, I'm going to go back wide shot and we'll come back close again here in a minute. But anyway, I've got T-nuts down in here. They've got these really beefy L brackets. And I'm going to see if I can get all the screws lined up. Yeah, something like that would have worked. Lone Tech saying that maybe they should have just dropped a little bit of adhesive or something just to keep them where they go. And yeah, I don't think I would have had a problem with that. Something like hot glue or something that moves easily, or you could tear off if it was bothering you for some reason. We're up to 86 people in the chats. Thank you all for joining today. Again, trying to get these T-nuts lined up. Got them on this side. Let's do the other side. This is a really big build for a live stream, I have to admit. I almost didn't do it because it's a bit more involved than what you'd want to try to throw together in, you know, 2 to 3 hours and something in that range. Some of these aren't going in as clean as I'd want them to. Yeah, it's a little rough, but it's going in okay. To not have one of these 4-in-1s, it would end, what do you say, spectacularly bad. For you or for the machine, or both. Could go either way. All right, so they're all in, so I should be able to tighten them all down now. I got all 8 of these screws in. Again, I like the L brackets. It's a good design. They're going straight into an extrusion, so it is extremely stable. The L brackets are probably, what, 5 millimeters thick? And again, if we get all this put together and we do get a test print going, I'm only going to be doing a single color test print today because I don't want too many things to potentially mess us up. So that's all done. I'm going to pull this back out. Now it's getting heavy. And the next thing they want us to do is go ahead and run our cables down to the underside. So let me go ahead. I think yeah, let's do this now. And boom. Okay, now we're pretty good. Hopefully that's in focus for you. Let me know if it's not. So again, each side has a little bundle of cables on it, and it wants me to actually take these and put them through these holes. There's going to be some chat going on now that we're getting even more people in this stream. So if you have a particular question for me, or you want me to see it in particularly, please @ me so that it shows up a little brighter in the comments. Otherwise, it's going to be kind of hard for me to keep up as I try to do a decent build here. So yeah, don't forget to @ me if you are speaking directly to me, or feel free to help each other out as usual. So I've got all of my connectors here. I've got the one for the tool head, which is what's going to go to here. I've got filament sensors, limit switches, motors, all that goes here. I'm not going to be too picky about what order I put these through the hole, but I think I am going to do like the longest ones first. The hole does have a nice plastic grommet. I guess I'll call it a grommet. Grommets are usually rubber, but I'll call it a grommet, a protection around the hole so that we don't get the cables cut by the hole. Hey Guy, how you doing? Good to see you. I'm going to push these all the way through. I think that is a fair way of doing this. And thank you very much, Aldi. Hopefully I said that correctly. Aldi for the, what was that, $54.99 pounds. I'm going to go with pounds. I think that's pounds, or is that euros? Silly American, I know. But thank you very much. He says, hi all, hot chocolate on me to fight the cold weather. I agree. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Let's see. Yeah, that is very generous. Thank you very much for the euros. I thought that was. Thank you so much. Okay, let's do the other side. And also keep in mind, if you want to contribute to the channel, which is in no way required, but always appreciated, keep in mind that I do have PayPal in the description, as well as my Patreon, which my Patreon's going like crazy. And I can't thank all my patrons enough. I have some of the patrons in the chat right now, and they are wonderful people. So thank you very much for joining, as usual. Thanks for keeping the channel going. Obviously, you get cred for putting it in the YouTube here as we go, but for other support. If you don't want to give your money directly to Google, feel free to use those other methods which are in the description. So that is enough of that. Yep, and there we go. So all those cables, very nice. I like how they have those holes there. I like how cleanly that looks when it's all put through. Now let's see what we have on the next part. So now we turn it over, and we're going to need M530s, which I have in a nice bag here, to actually attach the next part. I think this is supposed to be perpendicular. I'm going to fix that real quick. It's just a piece of metal, not a big deal. I'm still not going to unhook any wiring that it hasn't told me to yet. And how do I want to do this? The easiest way to show you will be to flip it on its front. Don't want to damage anything. Is that going to be okay? Well, I guess we find out. That's going to sit on there. Let's try this. Don't like that. Let's try this. I think that's best. Yeah, that's best. I'm just going to need something underneath this right here. Look, it comes with tool head boxes. Let's use what is provided. There we go. Now we're pretty safe. I like that. What we got? Thanks, Brian. Thanks for dropping by as always. Please drop in later, and good luck on your video. If you guys are not currently watching Brian's videos, Brian is kicking butt. Not literally, he wants me to tell you. He's not literally kicking anyone's butt, but his channel is awesome, so go check out the BV3D channel. He does a terrific job. And thanks for dropping in, Brian. Let's see what we got here. I'm all over the place. I'm going to need a certain size for these M530s. There we go. I've gotten pretty good at picking these sizes out by looking at them. Let's go ahead. We'll switch back to the close-up. And hopefully, I'd have to do a lot to move this around. And so what they have is those extrusions come in right here into this other extrusion. This is a 2060 extrusion, I believe. Is that right? Can't believe I don't have a ruler sitting next by. I think it's a 2060. Anyway, so that is actually the main support brace that runs along underneath here. And then, so what they want you to do, you've already got the L braces. Now they're going to provide additional support by taking and screwing that bottom brace directly into your uprights. So that's what we're going to do right here. Let's stick that in here, and that just tightens down. Doesn't really tighten down into it. They could have routed out that extrusion a little bit so that it could have gone all the way into that extrusion. That's what I would recommend, but they have not routed that out. I think they should, but it's not required. I think it's going to do fine. We already have a lot of support here. So anyway. Where did that go? I'm going to hand tighten all these down. It tightens well, no problems. And they have both a regular washer and a lock washer on here to keep these things from shaking loose, because obviously being a multi-material machine here, particularly with the CNC, it needs to be very sturdy. And so I really do appreciate all of their attention to making sure everything is secure. Greg is asking about my screwdriver, which, you know, I knew would happen because it happens almost every stream, and people want to know what that screwdriver is. That is a small electric screwdriver. I've been using it for a little while now, and I've had good results with it. I'm always reluctant to recommend power tools because I know people put different different duties on it, and so I'm careful to recommend anything. But if you are interested in it, I will go ahead and put it here in the chat, and you can take a look. This is the only one that I found that had a chuck on it, so that I could adjust the tension. But I do recommend that. Hey, Travis Stamper, good to see you. There you go. All right, let's keep going. So all of those, I think I finished tightening everything down. Again, I do like the electric screwdriver, particularly for electronics work, because like I said, I can set that torque on it and have all my screws tensioned exactly the same. Again, so that's it. That's all they're telling me to do on the bottom for now, so that was a lot of lifting for no reason. Let's go ahead and flip this back up. I know I'm sitting this on wires over here. I don't mean to. But I think we're okay there. Okay, next up, they want us to attach the spool holder. Unscrew the 8 screws at the top. Take out the extruder components. It's the extruder components, okay. E1 is the same as E2, just install E2 according to the method of installing E1. Okie dokie. And refer to the picture. So those are on the back. Again, flipping everything around. All the way from Georgia, you're down the street from me somewhere. So Toluco is all the way down the street. Thanks, Greg. Thanks for ordering. I hope it works for you as well as it works for me. I have, like I said, I've had pretty good results with it. I'm careful to recommend, but I've had good results. So I was told last time I needed a better knife, so guess what, guys? This time I have a better knife. So nice knife as well. All right, so this is supposed to be our extruders. Knife safety, close it back up now that I'm done with it. And we have more from Sweden. Hello, Robert. And we're going to pull out our extruder parts here. We got, that is our tray. That's our perch tray, which is going to go over here. Look how easy I cut the tape. That's what I was thinking. You're like, okay. Like I said, I was just commenting because other people commented last time. People are like, oh, you need a better knife. I'm like, okay, well, it's cutting boxes open. I don't like to ruin good knives, but okay. But it is good for cutting things like this. Slovenia? Oh, man. Slovenia. Hello, Juice. This is always fun to try to get into tightly wrapped bubble wrap. So they did say that there's no difference between E1 and E0, I think is what they called it. No, E1 and E2. This does have dual extruders. And as you can see here, let's go ahead and switch over so you guys can get a good look at it. So here is the extruder. This one actually does say E2 on it. As you can see, they've pretty much put all this together, make it easy for you. It's got the spool holder, it has the filament runout sensor, and it has the extruder all on one bracket already pre-assembled. I kind of like that. And let's get the second one open. More T-nut aligning. You know what? That's a good question. Yes, more T-nut aligning. I don't know how they would ship this a little bit better, though. I mean, they could assemble more but then you run into the problem of actually more getting damaged while you're shipping it, which definitely isn't good. So, you know, there are trade-offs for each of those. What is the type of extruder? It's just a standard plastic. They use these same extruders on the original. I think they're almost identical, if not identical, to the original unit that I received. They are plastic, but they are heavy duty. The plastic seems much higher quality than what you'll find in a lot of the cheapo ones. Metal would be better, but it is just a standard press, you know, extruder. And they have a good filament runout sensor on it. And the motor seems to be a no-name motor. There's no markings at all on the motor. Oh, there's markings, but it's on the bottom and I can't read it. Tuluco is upset that Tuloco, let's go with Tuloco. Tuloco16 is upset that the Ender 5 Plus he's got is printing so well and there's nothing to learn from it. I feel your pain. Like, how are you going to do all these amazing upgrades if it doesn't need it? I know. People feel for you. I think the smallest violin is playing. All right, so up here. So up here. You guys are going to get to see the entire garage, apparently. Hadn't planned on that, but it is a garage, if you weren't sure. You pulled back the veil. But as you can see right here, we have the plugs for both of these. Each one includes a motor and a filament sensor. And so what side is E1 and E2? So E1 wires are on this side, E2 wires are on this side, so we're going to assume that that's how we want them. Nice cabinets. Yeah, well, I'm not in love with the cabinets. The cabinets came with the house. And so they might actually disappear in the future. Not in love with the cabinets. So I'm going to pull out the screws that are already in here. I kind of like that they're including the screws where they go. It keeps you from losing them or having to find them in a bag full of screws. You can just unscrew them and you're ready to go. I would rather have cabinets, is what I was saying, rather than that kind of like kitchen cabinet sort of things. I would prefer to have the big metal cabinets that you can close up and have more shelves where you want them. I have a lot of things that would work on really short shelves, and that only gives me 2 shelves per cabinet. How much is this beast? Well, why don't you head over to the Kickstarter in the description. There are different prices depending on whether you want just the printer, whether you want to be, whether you want the CNC, whether you want the laser. There are different prices, so you can actually kind of customize it depending on how much you want to spend on it. If I get a minute, I will take a look and come up with the base prices. So again, E2, E1. Let's do E2 because that's going to be easier for me to work with. So E2 is on this side. We want the actual tube coming out the top to go over the edge, I'm pretty sure, and we want these to be back to back, from my understanding. So again, as we talked about earlier, you're going to have to line up your T-nuts as much as possible, which is kind of a pain. And hopefully I get them right the first time. Otherwise it's going to be a bigger pain. So I'm going to line up my T-nuts. And then we'll come back and we'll have to line these up later. Let's go and line those up. Is it any good? I don't know yet. In fact, I probably won't know in this live stream. I will probably have to wait and see once we finally get to more of a complete review. And then I'll be able to tell you. Yeah, I realize I can poke through these as I go. But let me get the first one on here at least. Well, they don't want to align very well. There we go. And I will stick the end of that screwdriver in there to help align it, as you said. Go ahead and put in this one. If Astro Printer is correct on the pricing, I think that's a freaking great price if this all works as designed. That's my personal opinion. Keep in mind, they sent me this to do a review for their Kickstarter, but no other money. I don't even get, if you guys buy 15 printers from Kickstarter, I don't get anything for it, so keep that in mind. I will give you my honest recommendation. And it looks like I have lost this T-nut, which is not going to make me happy. Because it's going to make life difficult. Thanks, Guy. That's awesome. Thanks for watching the channel. So it looks like I have lost this one. Let's see if I can loosen these up, find it, and then readjust the whole thing. Because I don't want to have to undo all of these. I think that's a great price, by the way. Like I said, I think if that's the price of all of it together, and this works as well as their little one did, that's a terrific price. I would buy that. Okay, so we're good. I'm going to leave these, all of these are in here now. I'm going to leave it loose to make sure that when I hook up the second one, that I have room to kind of maneuver them around a little bit. So that's E2 hooked up. Let me see if I can get these all aligned. Okay, those are aligned. Do the same thing. Yep, that's what I'm doing, Lone. You and I are thinking the same way. I think that happens from time to time. Did I get in there that time? Nope. Kind of hard to get that first one. Okay, I got the first one. Okay, put in the second one. All right, now I can get my last two a lot easier. Make sure I have everything lined up for each of them. Yep, that's much easier. Just get them in there loose and then you can move around to find your other ones. 630 for all 4 tool heads is what we're hearing now. That's probably the current price. Is that an early bird price or something? I'm sure these things go up. All right, so that's it there. Notice up here, actually you can't see it, but go a little higher. Okay, right there. All right, these two are kind of touching, and once those are touching, I'm going to just kind of tighten all these down. Keep everything, put this one in. Early bird MSRP is $8.99. Okay. Yeah, $8.99 is much closer to what I would expect to pay for a printer slash machine like this. So I think that those early bird prices are absolutely terrific. We may check and see if they're going up during this stream. Are people watching? Are people buying? Do you like what you're seeing? One thing I can say at this point, I do want to mention build quality. Build quality is solid. Everything is on very thick steel or aluminum. I think it's actually steel personally, but it is actually built really well. Like I said, there's a lot of screws in the base down here, and when I'm moving this right now, I'm trying to shake the whole thing. I'm shaking the table, not the machine. I think that is everything. And then for each one of these, I have the filament sensor, which goes right here. I have the motor plug, which goes right here. Okay, we've got, again, the filament sensor up here. And we have the motor, which I need to pull a little bit further. That's a little tight. I'm glad that goes back on. That was a little tight, to be honest. Need a little bit of extra. And now I can just put that back on. It's just to keep it out of the way. Both of them are kind of too tight. I need a little extra. Need a little extra here. I think it's okay though. Yeah, once I get it in there, it seems to fit just fine. I don't mind it tight once you get it all together. Okay, there we go. Widescreen plus a drink of coffee. Are they unevenly cut? Or was that... Yeah, they are unevenly cut. The bottom one is longer than the top one. Luckily, a knife would make short work of that. But they still fit. Even though they're uneven, they do still fit. So it just made it a little bit tougher to put together. But I agree, it's a detail. They can clean that up. Okay, motor's all hooked up. Now they want us to hook up the filament purge tray, which was one of the key details of the original printer, was that it's got this awesome purge tray that works really, really well. Not a whole lot of details really to show you on this. It came with, it's got the metal plate, and it has 2 screws that go with it. Get you all set up here. That's going to make my life more difficult, I think. Let's find out. How's that look? Yeah. You're not going to really be able to see what's going on a whole lot here. So let's make my life a little bit easier instead. You'll get enough of what's going on here. All right, so again, there are just 2 screws underneath here, and I'm just going to attach this tray as soon as I figure out what I do with the screws. There we go. Again, their purge tray, really one of the best features of the purge tray is the reason that this printer does, or at least the smaller version did, dual color so well. It's because with the purge tray you need far less wasted filament, and you get clean cuts on there. Let's see. What we got? Craig says, everyone seems to be selling 3D printers now. Saw a video that Aldi is selling printers and just saw Walmart has. Well, Aldi's been doing it, I think, in Australia for some time, because I know Maker's Muse has bought a couple there. At least I think that was the chain that he had talked about. So that's nothing new for them. As for Walmart, that's scary. It's scary a little bit that Walmart... Can you imagine the returns on those printers? It seems to be really high, probably. All right, so that's done. And now they want us to hook up this plug here in the back. So they have this plug right here, and I do like this a lot. Like, that's a substantial plug, and the way that it's put together, the type of plug it is, and the fact that it screws together means that we won't have any problems with that coming undone. Walmart sell K40 CO2 lasers. That's how you lose an eye or a finger or something. All right, so that's good. Moving on, let's go ahead and hook up the Z cables here on the back. So this one seems to have lost a Z cable, or I need to push it back through. This one has its Z cable. This is Z2 right here. I'm going to have to go under the bottom and find my Z1 because it seems to have been lost. Where did Z1 go? Z1, yep. Z1 got lost. Not a big deal. I'm going to reroute that as best I can. Don't know where they originally had that intended. I'm going to push this up through the bottom. And hopefully not lose the whole machine in the process. Okay. I think I got it. Okay, so my Z motor. This doesn't really snap in here as good as it should, the little grommet thing. Won't really matter once everything is situated. But it'd be nice if that snapped in that hole better. That is the right one, right? No, that is not the right one. I'm going for more likes. Dan has a challenge for you all. Can we get as many likes as people watching? Yeah, I pulled the wrong one. Where's the right one? Where's Z1? There's Z1. A lot closer than I thought it was. It was already run where it was supposed to. I don't know. Will Walmart rebrand them? Are they going to be like Sam's Choice printers? Do they really want to support them under their brand, or will they just get them cheap? I mean, I could see, like, I don't know, any number of generic Chinese brands just going in with their own brand and not worrying about it. All right, so there's Z1. Again, Walmart's typically cheap first. Yeah, just put Robo in front of it. All right. So they did not tell us to hook up those cables before, but we've already hooked those up top. Now we need to do all the control board wiring. So they actually have us hooking up the wiring ourselves directly into the control board, which is exactly what I thought was about to happen. I think that's an interesting choice on their part to have people hooking up directly to the main board. But unless they come up with a completely different assembly instruction, I don't know how they would do that. I don't like this at all. One thing they have not given us is any particularly good way of setting this thing down on its side. I think I'm going to do what I did before. I'm going to re-unhook the bed and put it back on its back. Well, now I can't because of this. I don't know how they do it. I guess I should have watched their video to see how they suggest you supporting all of this. Because what's going to end up happening is I'm going to have to rig something up just to support this machine without damaging it. Give me a minute, because I have no intention of damaging a machine I actually want to use. I think for part of that video that I was watching that Jim did, I think he used some of this foam that it came with. And I'm going to take Jim's lead and do that. So here's what I'm going to do. I got a piece of foam. I just tore it off of... no, these spool holders, I'm not going to put that on there at all. It bends, it flexes the spool holders, it flexes this. It's not a good idea. So what I'm going to do, I have this, which I'm going to put underneath these wheels. It's not perfect, but I think that that's my personal best bet here, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put that foam underneath those wheels to protect them so that they have a place to go into. And then I will set it on the front. All right, I think this is my best bet. So hopefully people are going to watch this video and come up with hopefully things that I'm using, and they'll have less to worry about. All right. So let's go back into the close-up because we are about to do some wiring. I don't have a lot of light in here, my apologies. But you will be able to see what's going on well enough. And I keep telling myself I need to put more lighting on that side. It's not going to be the prettiest picture, but at least it's going to be a little bit brighter. Okay. So what do they want us to hook up? There are a bunch of different cables underneath here. We have all of these as well as this, and we need to hook them up accordingly. So according to the wiring diagram, connection mark, insert the plug tightly as shown in the figure. Double check the, not proper English, the connection, the position. All right, so we're going to hook everything up here. And then, so there's a full port diagram, which you're not going to be able to, there we go. Full port diagram as well as what we're supposed to hook up. That's all there. So what I'm going to do, let's just go through each of the wires, and hopefully that will get us through everything. So this is the tool head cable. The tool head cable is going to plug in here, and they tell me, I had a note from them that they sent me, and here you can see that note, and they say that the 01, the side of the line with the 01 mark, is the same side as the race side of the motherboard. Okay, so we're going to take this. This side has the 01 right there. There's nothing on the other side, and so that should go this way. Will that fit in either way? No, well, it kind of will, but it definitely goes in easier this direction. So that goes just like that. Let's see, am I crazy for thinking the machine with this much extra box could just do with an access panel? Yeah, that would have been good. Okay. We have a E1 filament sensor, which is going to go so here is, let me orient myself correctly. There we go. E1 filament sensor goes to this one. Okay. We've got X motor. Well, that should be easy to tell. This should be X motor. No, X motor is down here, sorry. Haha. X motor. We have X limit switch, which goes to here. Okay. We have E1 motor, which is going to go here. Okay. We have E2 motor. Okay. E2 motor is going to go here. And now I have a mess of wires that need straightening up, and I'm going to just use their built-in cable management to do something about. Because I actually do have quite a bit of cable management already built into the chassis, which I kind of like. And so now I just make sure I didn't get anything loose while putting that down. Make sure I look like I have everything. I'm missing one, E2 filament sensor. E2 filament sensor. Oh, here it is. It's hiding. E2 filament sensor goes right here. That's what they say. Okay. There's, yeah, let's do what we did before. Let's see if I can get all this. I don't see that there fitting, so I'm going to just put that in here. see if this one will go in here by itself then, because that's the longest one. Okay, so that's pretty good cable management. I like that. Let's see. 100 people. That's crazy. Thank you all for joining me here today. 102, 103, everyone getting in at this point. I always have a lot of people joining in this part of the stream. So I appreciate everyone joining when they have time. So the next thing that we're told is to go ahead and put on the base of this machine, which would be this. Now there's no fans or extra cooling or anything in it. Due to the fact that I want to make sure that everything works before I finish closing everything up, I'm actually not going to do that yet. I'm not going to put the bottom on. There shouldn't be any problems since they didn't add any cooling or anything on that. So I'm not going to do that step. But just so that you know, that's the next step in the book, is to put the bottom on and the feet. But given that this isn't my first printer, I'm not going to do something crazy like assemble it and hope everything goes to plan. So I shouldn't be able to hurt anything now because I have everything buttoned up on the bottom. Everything is in cable management now. Hopefully I didn't bend anything pushing it on its face. And I have a nice piece of wood here anyway, so it's got a nice base. I'm not too worried about it. There we go. What you think? Looks pretty good. Give me a thumbs up if you're in the chat and you're paying attention and you're still awake. So next up, there's this green thing on the, is this 3D printed? Yeah, it's a 3D printed little belt holder that they've got on here. I don't know why I'm showing that camera. It's a 3D printed little belt holder that they had keeping everything nice there. So they say pull that off. Cut the zip ties, fixing the tool head. So, yep, so we still have zip ties there. I'm going to cut those. Don't need those anymore. There's some thumbs ups. There we go. Like I said, a bit of a delay going on today. I'll blame YouTube on that one. But thank you up for the dab, Richard, for the dab. Very nice to see you. And you know what? Even the face. The face works. Thanks, Zan. Excellent, excellent. No one's sleeping. Everyone's paying attention. Astro's loving the Ender 5 Plus. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Unpacking is complete according to these peeps. So, I guess we're done, right? We're done. We're almost ready to print something. How long did that take? An hour and a half? That's not bad given the amount of build that this machine has. That's a lot of build. So it has, I want to show you this because when I was looking at this before, I was kind of impressed. Let's see, I'm not going to be able to get it in here. There we go. I wanted to show you the detail in the manual because I was kind of impressed with it. There's a lot of detail telling you what all the parts are. It goes into detail about how everything is even built. It even shows you what the inside of the nozzle looks like. This actually gave me a little bit of hope that you may be able to go higher temperature because this hot end, if it really goes up this far, that's pretty far, and you may actually be able to get away with some higher temp filaments than you would where this goes all the way down. So this almost looks like an all-metal hot end. Anyone disagree with me? That looks all-metal to me, which would be absolutely fantastic if you can do high temp on here. I think that would make a lot of people happy. So, they're saying filament tube, Teflon tube. Oh, okay. You're saying, okay. Thanks for the good firmware. You're right, you're right. I think I assumed that the blue line was all Teflon, but you're right. They're showing that, they're saying that there is a Teflon tube in there. I don't know why they did that, but thanks Lone Tech for that. Thanks people for noticing that. I don't know why they did that. It's a little, well, whatever. Okay, anyway, like I was saying though, I do like what they've done here. There's a lot of good detail in this manual showing you how everything is built, even the laser end, even the CNC end. It's a lot of details, which I really do like. All right, so I think we're ready to try to get this powered up and printing. I'm going to look for the FDM tool head, because that's what I want to start with. Install the FDM dual tool head. I don't really want to do the dual tool head. So let's just do the single. All right. First one it shows me is the dual, but we're going to do the single. Let's get this off easily. So nothing in the box except for the tool head. All right, let's get up close. Let's take a look at it. So as you can see right here, that is the block. I doubt it's actually copper. It's probably just a paint covering on there. It's got a nice nozzle. And as you can see, it's got a single fan that also does our part cooling. That's going to rule out certain types of parts that we can do. PETG we're going to have to be careful with. But it does look like the original one, it does cool. It is primarily designed for PLA. It will probably do PETG to a certain extent, and it may even do ABS some as well, but it's primarily PLA because it does look like it's going to be cooling the entire time. Okay. Craig Myers is telling me I should be using the A30T. For my dual print head. So we'll talk about that another time. So there's that. All right, so now we just want to put this on here. So what we do, it's got a little thumb screw here on the top. We're going to pull that out. So Asker is very clear, no PETG and no ABS. I only said that because it depends on how much cooling it's providing. You may be able to get away with it, but I agree with you in general. If it's cooling, you probably don't want to. Are they saying 220, 80 bed? Okay, well that answers that. If that's their specs, then this is a PLA printer. That's all right. I mean, let's be honest. Most of the stuff I do is in PLA, and I've got other printers if I don't. But I know that's going to be limiting some of you that think that this is like, you know, they are marking it as an all-in-one sort of like, this is your be-all to end-all prototyping machine, and that's not going to be the case if you can't do things like nylon and ABS. Anyway, so that's on there. That just thumb screw, all done. Really easy to set up. We then take our multi-tool cable that we've got on here, and that's just going to pop right in there. Okay. And then it came with a blue and a red filament tube. And I don't know, do they say which is which in terms of colors, or is that something we just need to be aware of? Seat it, plug it, insert the filament tubes. I guess color probably isn't really going to matter. All right, so I'm going to choose red for our primary. We got E1 and E2, so if E1 is going to be our primary, I'm going to plug E1 in here. Now I've noticed they did not seem to include any of the little shims you can use to keep your, no little clips to keep these in here. I wish that they would have included the clips to actually keep the filament tube in place, but they did not. Now with this, you're going to have the choice. You could actually try to run this through this sleeve to a certain extent, and then exit whenever you need to. I don't think that's necessary. It doesn't have to stay in there. It's rigid all by itself, so I'm just going to go with it, and I'm going to push that straight in until it stops. And that's it. Okay. Looks like we are good to go. E1, just making sure I've done everything that it says. Okay, next thing they tell us to do is to tear off the plastic that is on the bed, And I know everyone likes a good satisfying tear off here, and I will try to provide. Let's see. Okay, let's get that off. You're not going to be able to hear it though. There you go. And there's still this sheet of paper on here about adjusting the knobs, so I'm not going to throw that away yet. I'll throw that on my table back here. There we go. So I guess we're about ready to plug this in. I don't see I don't see any switches for power adjustment. It did come with an American power cord, so we'll assume they knew who this was going to, and maybe it's auto switching. I know I'm behind here. Switching power supply. So this is a switching power supply. You don't have to worry about 220 or 140 or 120, excuse me, 110, I don't know. You don't have to worry about it. It's an auto switching power supply. All right. I'm going to plug this in, and I need to turn this a little bit so that I can see it. I don't know if I can get this to where you can see it. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the laser with no enclosure either. So let me see, can I zoom in there enough for you to see it? There we go. Going to be out of focus for a minute, and then we get it okay. So let's turn this on. Smoke, fire. Everybody ready? Looks awesome. Don't go bang. Everybody ready? Get some likes. Come on, 5 more likes on this video and I can turn it on, because we're like 116 people watching, but 95 likes. We can get 5 more. We can do that. Da da da. There's 2. Come on, 3 more. I know some of you probably, oh, there we go, 101. Now you've made Dan happy, which is really the point. All right, let's do this. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Look at there. And we are good to go. And I'm going to have to switch around to the other side of the table while I do this, so that I can see what I'm doing correctly. FDM 3D printer mode definitely is in that mode. Utility, let's go into utility. On the other one, this is how we would set, change to FDM. So it's on FDM currently. Now obviously, I'm guessing the FDM header is FDM whether you're using the dual or the single, which is what we're on, so we're good there. Let's see if they've got the Z offset and everything on here correctly. We're just going to sort of go for broke at this point. I am going to pull out. Now I'm all stuck. I got to get wireless. All right. So let's go ahead. I'm going to get out their SD card that they provided. Holy crap, Jason. Thank you so much. That is awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate the donation. Very nice of you. And the likes, guys. Good job. 113 likes, 118 viewers. That is incredible. Nice job. But thank you very much, Jason. I appreciate that. So they actually were pretty good about this, and I give them a lot of credit. They knew that I was doing a live stream, and they wanted to make this as easy as possible. So they did tell me which one I should test, and they say for a live print, it's recommended to print a single header model, which I completely agree. That's the easier of the solutions. And the file name FDM 3D Printing Test Model. So there's actually one on here they want me to try. So I appreciate them making my life a little bit easier. So that's on there, that's on there. I'm making sure I followed all of the rules here. So place the filament roll in the filament holder, insert the filament into the filament tubes. The upper and lower extruder, please hold the extruder block when inserting the filament, otherwise it will be difficult. And insert it up to 1 centimeter above the filament port of the tool head. Okay. So let's grab a color. So they sent us 2 filaments, and it looks like we've got yellow and blue. Yellow or blue, guys? What color you feel like? I'm feeling like blue. Anyone disagree? I'm thinking blue. I think it shows up better on camera. Yellow, blue, 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 why? Blur, blur. We're getting some more blur. I'm going to go with blue. We got more blues. We got yellows, but we got more blues. So let's see what type of filament they came with. So, looks pretty good. It's nondescript light blue. And it's not still vacuum sealed, but it was almost still vacuum sealed. Alright, so let's go this. I like turtles. You know what, Josh? I love turtles. Some of my absolute favorite animals. So, let's, the best wound filament. It's a little, it reminds me of another brand of filament I've tried, the Kodak filament, which doesn't have the best wind on it. But honestly, the Kodak filament print's fantastic. Just has a nasty wind. It's kind of the way we are here. Not the best. So I'm going to cut this off the way I know to cut it off, a little bit of an angle. Let's go ahead and put it on extruder 1 because that's the one that's hooked up. Then we are going to find the entrance to our filament sensor. Right here. And that into there, and we're going to hold everything. We're going to push that in, and there we go. That actually went really well. And I'm going to push it all the way down, they said, until 1 centimeter above. So it is a clear tube, and so I'm going to go down until I'm about 1 centimeter above the bottom. So that's about 1 centimeter above. So you're not going to be able to see that incredibly. There we go. And I stopped right about there. So there we go. How long did it take you to ruin your first hot end or heat block when you first started printing? It took me 9 days. You know what? I have no idea. I've been printing for years now, but I remember I started out with my ANET A8. And yeah, I was ready with spare parts. When I bought the machine, I knew better. And I was ready with spare parts. So, definitely. Good coffee. If anyone wants to know what coffee I'm drinking, this is Death Wish coffee. Some of my absolute favorite. I have a very high tolerance to caffeine. And it takes something like Death Wish for me to even know that I'm drinking caffeine. So, anyway, I think we're ready. That looks like it for the most part. It did leave a little mark on the center of that, which I don't like. But anyway, that'll clean off. I do want to, last thing I want to do is start with a bed that doesn't adhere properly. So I'm actually going to clean this off first. I have my bottle of IPA. I'm going to do a little squirt on here. And then I'm just going to wipe this down really good so that I don't have any adhesion problems. And that's how I recommend cleaning all of these with these textured surfaces. They always do really well with IPA, at least for my let's see, tea. Tea's good. Yeah, I drink English breakfast tea and Irish breakfast tea, and I do like a good cup of Earl Grey as well. And I drink some green teas. And beer. And I drink beer. Basically, anything I can get that's not too sweet, I like it. So beer, tea, coffee, other forms of alcohol. Anyway, that's it. And according to this, we press the power switch, we turn the machine on. We make sure that we're on the FDM. Check the Z offset value in the menu and confirm that the Z offset value in the menu is consistent with the default Z offset value for the current tool head. How do I know what the default Z offset value is? That is an excellent question. I don't know the answer to that. There's nothing written. Is there anything written on the box? Nothing is written on the box. If I go into I'll try to show you as well as possible. So we'll go to Utility, Z Offset. There's an auto set Z offset, manual input Z offset, which is currently set to -0037. I don't have any way of knowing what the recommended Z offset. Is there an answer somewhere else in this book? In this chance, IPA does not equal beer. I was not cleaning my bed with beer, and I don't recommend that. Although it may stick. You're adding some carbs to the bed that can melt down. Yeah, I think that somewhere in here there may be what the FDM offset's supposed to be. But I am not seeing it at the moment. So we're going to assume that it's set up correctly to go with. I know that may be a big assumption. But let's go ahead and get printing, because they say that we can print from SD at this point. So I'm going to put the SD card in. I don't know if it goes up or down. It goes down. Let's say back. We're going to go main. We're going to go print from SD. And we're going to go FDM 3D printer test. Is that what they told me to do? I think it was. Yes. Well, not exactly. FDM 3D printer test. I think that's it. So we're going to click that. Not silent. Definitely not silent. So we're going up right now. We're going to make sure this is out of the way because I know what's going on right now. So what's going on is that it is now, it homes to the top. It does a max. So there's a little plunger here on the top. And that plunger is going up to, see right here? This plunger is going up to this end stop right here to hit it and go back down. So we need to make sure our cable is out of the way. Maybe we should attach that to this cable just to keep it pulled over a little bit. But I definitely don't want it to hit. Let's see what it's going to do. So it's going to go to the top. Okay, there's the top. All right. And then it's going to go all the way back down. Now, the other printer did this. The smaller printer also did this. I don't really know what their reasoning is for finding a max rather than finding a min. I think they do that possibly because of the other tool heads, but it seems backwards for FDM. That wasn't really a sharp bend. If you thought that this was a sharp bend on the filament, it really wasn't. It coiled well, and so that wasn't really that bad. So it does have the, yeah, so it's got the plunger on the bottom that it is using for bed leveling. And so it just went and found Z, and now has found Y, and now it should probe the bed. But it is not quiet. And I think it's going back to the top again. Yeah, it's a bidirectional touch thingy. But, like, why in the world it's... The other one did this, and it's not as big of a deal on a small printer. But definitely time consuming on a large printer. So now it's going to go back up to the top and do it again. I do love the large linear rail that they've put on the X. That's really, really handy. Be given particularly the span we're talking about here. It's a nice feature. I'm gonna, as soon as we start printing, or as soon as we start doing our bed level, I'll make sure I take my camera down so that you guys can get a little bit closer to the bed. And now we're back to the top. We're gonna hit that button again, and everything pops up there. And we're going to go back here. We're going to go back there. And we're going to go all the way back to the left. I think now it might actually be doing our auto bed leveling finally. This thing like boots up like an old DOS machine. What am I putting on it? What I was asked, how's the CR6 Max so far? CR6 Max, I haven't spent enough time with it yet. I'm actually working on the Ender 3 Max right now. So I'll get my CR6 Max. I'll get some more information on it soon, but I got to finish my Ender 3 Max first. And that's actually, that's a whole, wait on the video on that one. So now we're doing bed leveling. I'm going to go ahead and let me switch over camera so I don't make y'all ill, because I am going to lower my camera here so that you can see much closer. I have to say the auto bed level is pretty speedy. I mean, it's going around this bed pretty quick. There we go. So I'll give you more on my CR6 Max. It's on my list. But not yet. Okay. So, at some point, the nozzle did heat up. It's at 200. And the bed did heat up. So while all of, okay, so let's get this out of the way. While all of that was going on, it was heating, which is killer, because now you don't feel like you wasted time, because we know how long it typically takes to heat the bed and heat the nozzle. So while all of that was going on, the nozzle and the bed were heating. We were at 200 on the nozzle, and we were at 45 on the bed already, or 40 on the bed already. Now it's going to take the bed up to the full 60, which is what the print wants. So, you know, I can't complain too much about that time, because while it felt like we were wasting time, other things were going on that we were going to have to wait for anyway. Radmaster asked about the Exo Slide. The Exo Slide is one of my top recommended upgrades on the Ender 5 Plus. Not because it makes your prints like all that better. It makes them a little bit better in my opinion. But not because it makes your printer, but because it reduces the maintenance on the printer. I don't have to touch my X or Y access at all on that printer anymore. It just works really, really well with the Exo Slide, and it's super smooth and it's super quiet. So highly recommend using the Exo Slide. And just for the record, that's another product that I'm not getting any kickbacks on. That is a pure recommendation there. I have it on one of my printers, and I would buy it again. I didn't buy the first one, but I'd buy it myself for other printers. Top upgrades for the Ender 3 V2. I don't have one. Check out Jim's channel. Jim's doing a lot with the Edge of Tech is doing a lot with the Ender 3 V2, so check out his channel. Yeah, if you don't want to mess with the wheels anymore, get the Exo Slide and don't worry about it again. Which ABL does it have? Which one? This printer, or are you talking to one of the chat members? So we're still heating up here. We're still trying to get the bed up to 60. We're already at 56. It's showing that we've been going for about 7 minutes here, which is pretty good. Do I think the Ender 3 Pro would be better with a dual Z screw? I have to be completely honest with you and say I don't think so. I think people, from a technical perspective, from a purely engineering, mechanical engineering perspective, dual Z sounds better and is a more correct way of doing it. But from a purely practical perspective, I don't think dual Z will make the Ender 3 Pro any better. It's a lot of work for very little gain. Do I have a video on the Exo Slide? I absolutely do. I've got a full rundown of the Exo Slide. It's been a very popular video, so please check the channel. The Exo Slide, it's been a hugely popular video, and I think it's been really good for their company because I really do like it. Would I put an Exo Slide on the Ender 5 Pro? Sure. It needs it less because it travels less, but sure. I can't say that it would be a bad idea, particularly if you don't like working with the wheels. So we're at 60, so any minute now we should start this print. I smell it too. It's got that wonderful new printer smell that you get when you've heated up for the first time. I don't think we're doing anything yet. Now we're doing. Where are we going to start here? We're going to go over here on the left side of the bed. And it looks like we're going to do a purge line, but it's going to have a little bit of purge to do because it told me to put that out 1 centimeter. So hopefully it's going to really purge. Yeah, there it goes. It's purging. But my Z offset is definitely too far. But no, there it goes. Look at there. Okay, so it's going all the way around to do that purge. So at least it knew what it was talking about. It's looking good. Purge square all around the bed. Seems a bit much, but I'm not going to complain. Now I'm going to complain. It is not close enough. That Z offset is not set right. Does it have a way to baby step? Tune. I don't see a way to baby step. That's unfortunate. I don't see a way to baby step. Yeah, we're not going to be close enough. I mean, it's laying it down, but I don't see it sticking. Yeah, we're just dropping it onto the bed at this point. And it doesn't have. Yeah, that's not going to work. Our Z offset is way off. So I'm going to have to stop this print. Finger at the bed, please. What do you mean finger at the bed? Can you get your E5 Plus to purge around the bed? Sure. You just have to write G code that goes in your start G code that will trace around the outside of the bed. I don't have that sitting here that I can give to you. But that's not going to work. Okay, so we're going to stop. I guess it'll stop in a minute, because that's not close enough to the bed. Check if the bean's stuck to the bed. Yeah, it's not stuck at all. I mean, I can just pull it off. It's just setting it on the bed. The only reason it's sticking at all is because I cleaned it good. Okay, I stopped it. It's still thinking about it though. Apparently it had a fair amount tuned up there. All right. Yeah, so I'll show you. There we go. That came right off. Definitely not close enough. It wasn't squishing at all. So we definitely need to do an offset. Let's see how it does this. We're going to go to Utility. We're going to go to Z Offset. We're going to go to Auto Set Z Offset. Step 1, Auto Bed Level. Okay. And now we go through this again. So this is a bit frustrating and time consuming, this finding the max. I'll see if I can get them to explain to me what the purpose of this is. Let me see, are my Z-wheels? Z-wheels are good, by the way. I forgot to check that. Z-wheels are good. A couple of these are a little loose, but so we're gonna go in here and set that offset. I got a sheet of paper so that I can set that. So it's gonna auto bed level is step 1. 2 is adjust the offset. I think auto might be a little bit much here, but let's find out. Use your feelers. Okay, no paper here. People want me to pull out the tools. Let's get the tools. You're right, they're close by, I might as well. So where is my almost 0.2? Point 0.2. Okay. I'm going to have to clean these. They're still a little oily from the manufacturer. So we're coming back for that bed leveling. Always good to have shop towels around, whether it be, I try to use the reusable ones most of the time and throw them in the dryer, washing machine. Okay, we are leveling. We are indeed. So that's step 1. I'm going to go find that max over there. And we have to go up again, which I still don't understand what the purpose of doing it twice. Huh. Okay. You know, once you get it all set up and you set it and forget it, I guess it's not going to be the most annoying thing in the world, but it's time consuming. What size filler do you use in millimeter? Well, it depends on what set I have. Like this set here actually has a 0.203, which is just about perfect. If I have to go over or under, usually I'll choose, you know, it's like a 0.18. I believe is what my other set has, but this one's got a 0.2, and so I'll use the 0.2, but the 0.18 looks good. Yeah, but why does it have to go up twice, you know? Owling's saying it didn't know what Z was, and that's fine, but why does it have to find Z twice? It went up, it found the top of Z, it went down, it found the bottom of Z, and then it found the max of X. Yeah, max of X, and you know. It's verifying. Just double checking. I wanted to make sure what my Z was is accurate. But if you notice, most printers don't have to find the max. You set those in your slicer not to go above it and you're good. Most don't have maxes on both ends, and you notice there's no X-min. I guess it's going to complete the bed leveling part. So about 1 inch is about 125. Okay. It's not a fault, it's a feature. I'm just going to hide behind this printer. It's huge. I'd talk about it more, but I don't know what else there is to say. Again, we've got all our various tool heads here. It looks like the same tool heads that were on the other printer. They may have upgraded them internally. I haven't done that. There we go with the bed leveling. Got a question. Are you a fan of printers with the filament spool mounted on top of the printer because I feel it was caused too much wobble? No, I'm not a fan. On this one, it's almost integral. I mean, like all this is put together. It's integrated together. But no, not typically. Typically, if they come with them, I'll just take them off. They don't fit on my shelf anyway because, you know, shelf heights. And so I'd rather put it beside it and not worry about it. I could still do that here, I guess, but I'll probably end up just going up with it and putting something on the shelf above. But I'm not a big fan. I've never liked them. But it saves space if it's going on a tabletop. You can hear this, right? It's not a quiet machine. Need to put some silent steppers on here. Okay. So step 2, adjust the offset. Move Z to a distance of 0.1 millimeter between the nozzle and the print plate. 0.1. So it's telling me that it wants 0.1. So I guess I'm going to find a different feeler here. Let me see. Can I get a 0.1? I'm going to do what it says. Because it's definitely not at 0.1 right now. I don't know what that was. So 0.1. The smallest this set gets is 0.27 or 0.127. Do I have a 0.1 in my other set? Let's find out. I've got 2 sets of these that came together. Yeah, this one actually goes smaller. 0.1. Here's a 0.13, so I'm going to use that. 0.13. Yeah, not as big as the ender I had. 0.1 is roughly common paper. Okay, so 0.13 is what I am using here. And I'm guessing I'm going to put the nozzle under here and we're going to just move, I'm assuming. Yep. Sorry if my mic gets messed up here. It's going to take a minute. It's going to be a negative value in the end. All right, that's about 0.1 right there. So my offset is negative 0.39 according to this. So I'm going to hit the button there. And I'm going to say step 3, check and save. So I think what it did was took my original Z offset and subtracted that new Z offset from it. Because now I have negative 0.77, which is not where I was before. So I'm going to say save. I don't get any feedback saying like a beep or something saying that it saved it, but I'm going to assume that my save worked. Okay, and we're going to say back, 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 and we are going to try to print again. So print from SD. FDM 3D printing test. There we go. Let's do it again. Let me know if you guys want me to switch cameras, if you would rather look at it close up, going up and down. I think there's less to look at, but I don't care if you don't want to see my face. Let me see if the manual mentions baby stepping anywhere, because that would be really nice. What else do they include here? They do talk about setting up both. They talk about what the Z offset means and how it should be figured. They talk about adjusting it. They say to use a piece of A4 paper. Okay, so yeah, so when it came up with that Z offset number, that was the change amount. It was changing the Z offset by that 0.39 that I came up with or whatever. So that's why when I went to the other menu, it was 0.77, because it took the two offsets and subtracted them from each other, or added them together, or however you want to say it. There's a lot of going up and down, yeah. Hey, Big Jano, or Big Jano, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. So that's what it says. So I think I did all the Z offset correctly. It also talks about how to fix jams in here. Talks about how to even take it apart. It shows full instructions on how to take apart your hot end, which is terrific. I approve of all the instructions that they give in this manual. It shows how to do laser engraving. And then, of course, it shows CNC, how to center it, how to do CNC carving. I'm looking forward to doing a really big CNC carving on this machine. I actually know what I'm going to do already, and I just can't wait to try it and hope it turns out really, really nice. So I think it's got to go up one more time now, right? I'll go close up again when it starts printing. So according to this, when you're ready to do CNC, they actually came with that extra plate. And the idea is you actually take off the glass plate entirely and replace it with this plate. So you take the screws out, and I've noticed the springs are fully compressed on here. So what they've done for bed leveling on here is they've completely compressed the springs for 3D printing. And then they want you to just take it off and put this on for CNC. So this is thick. This is about a 5 mil probably. It's a thick sheet of metal. But yep, that's what you do. Yeah, I'm curious about the software it comes with. That'll be what I have to include in the full video, because this comes a lot down to software. Does the software they provide make lasering, and does it make CNC easy? Or am I going to have to go off and learn a different CNC package that may be more complicated and have a lot that I have to learn in order to be able to use this efficiently? So I'm looking forward to seeing what they've included. There are samples on here just like they did last time. And they've got a whole hold down system for materials. And they say clean everything. And that's it. I've read through the entire manual, cover to cover. Yeah, I mean, so the last EcubMaker, when I did the last one, it came with a bunch of software. They were still working through like what they wanted their software to be, and there were some third-party packages. And I had tried out just about all the software they provided, and I never found like great ways to use their software. So I'd planned to like pull it into a different package, but I never got around to doing that. All right, so we're going to bed level here. Still 100 of you sticking around for this stream. You want to see it go, and I don't blame you. I'm ready to see it actually print something. Hopefully that Z offset fix was just what we needed. And for the record, the Y end stop is just an actual normal micro switch that you see on almost all printers. But the X end stop is actually an optical end stop. Okay, so we are bed heating again. We're at 41 out of 60. Just like last time, the nozzle is heated and ready to go. Yeah, that is interesting, because if Lone Tech is mentioning it's funny to have so many different types of limit switches, and I agree, because they've got the physical ones that they use on the Z, which the top one and the bottom one are different. Then they have an optical on the X. They have a switch on the Y. It's quite, and you have to source all of those. It is actually ABL. That's what we were watching it do, Asker. No ABL in the start. Yeah, I mean, unless you're mentioning something else, it is ABL. Because they don't want you to level the bed. They just want you to put it all the way down and let the printer do the leveling. Just realized my camera is crooked, and now it's going to bother me. I don't know if there's much I can do about it. Yes, tripod. There we go. That's a little bit better. So Purr just realized that that apparently he slept through part of the the stream. So Purr, you have a good night. We're about to print, hopefully this time, as long as we're close enough to the bed. Thank you. Hey, I've told people before, if there's a camera problem, if it's crooked, please tell me, because I try to notice, but I'm divided attention here. You're always welcome to go, hey, Chris, your camera's looking pretty rough there, and I'll go, yep. Let me see if I can get closer. Since we're not printing yet, I might as well go ahead and try to get that camera even closer. I know people like the first prints to be as close as possible, and now we're not looking at a bed. I know this is going to be like a roller coaster here. I think we're just about heated up. Artistic camera angle, yeah. There we go. What's that? There we go. That might be better once we're finally printing. Let's try that. I know people want to see that extrusion coming out. Is this better? This is better. Because now it's sticking from the very beginning. Much better. Oh, I like it. I like it. Now this is going to be a small print. Like I said, they've got several. Yeah, that's a sharp corner. That looks good. They've got several sample prints and CNCs and lasers that they put on here just to make sure that it's working correctly. So that one's a little loose. Yeah, we're still not quite as close as I could be, but I think it will print this time. It still needs to be a little bit closer for whatever reason. This one's a little loose. We'll see if this works. It's still too far away from the bed, in my opinion. It's really not close enough. I think I'm about to cheat. Yeah, this is loose. I mean, you see that? That's loose. So this offset is not working particularly good. I think I'm going to cheat a little because I want to see a print. So Kersey's going to cheat. And just raise the bed up. And we will get a correct Z offset later. That's how I would do it on another printer that didn't have auto bed leveling. See, that's what it should look like. That's coming out really well, and I know you can't see it because I can't get close enough. I'll try to get a smaller camera as was suggested. I'd rather the first layer be too close than too far away. The ABL seems a bit off on this machine. But watch this. This isn't attached. It was looking pretty good. It's definitely better, but it's not proper still. So I've just manually adjusted it. We should be able to get a print out of it now. So when ABL works, it's one of the best things in 3D printing. But when ABL fails, it's horrible because there's not many ways around bad ABL. And then you have to figure out, is it hardware, is it firmware, and then how are you going to deal with it. It's much better to have a nice flat bed, and it's much nicer to have a nice flat bed and not need ABL, and then just manually level the bed. It's more reliable most of the time. Could be they set bed level to 0 where you left it not 0.1. It's possible. I was just following the directions though. So if the directions are wrong in the software, they definitely need to correct that. Because that was actually on-screen instructions that said 0.1. I'm with you, Big Jano. I don't add auto bed leveling if it doesn't have it, or if I don't. If the bed's big enough, you might need ABL because getting all the peaks and valleys of an extremely large bed is difficult, and you're going to have to do something about that. But if it's a regular size bed, I don't see the need for ABL. I think it causes more problems. No, I used the 1 millimeter. It was a 1.0 something. I mean 0.1 millimeter. Switch to a 0.1 filler gauge. Okay. There's going to be a little bit of garbage here on the bed because it pulled some of those too tall extrusions up, but I'm not worried about the garbage because we're going to be over it by the time it's done. So excuse the garbage that's going to be on the raft. And we have another question. Zan R7 says, I bought an Ender 3 Pro a month ago and I still get it leveled. Got an Ender 5 Plus a few days ago and had it leveled in 15 minutes and getting good first layers. Okay, like I said, when it works great and life is good. It's when it doesn't work well that everyone goes ballistic. Trust me, I get the emails. Quick question, I messed my raft settings up in Cura on Cura, and at default setting it's welding it to the model. Well, the only thing you should need to do is change that air gap between the model and the print, which I think the default air gap should be 0.3, I believe. So check that out. Check out your air gap. Still can't get your Ender 3. I figured that after I read it all that your Ender 3 you still can't get leveled. I don't know how to help there. I mean, I'd have to teach. So it's a little bit bulky there, but it looks all right. I am happy to take questions right now. I don't really have anything else to discuss without giving away what my next videos are. So if you have any further questions about anything else that I've covered on the channel or just 3D printing in general, I am happy to help out. So feel free to ask questions. Just going over next videos. Yeah, I figured people would just talk about your next videos then. So next videos, I've got Ender 3 Max, which I've already mentioned. I have several other printers. Like I said, it's been a busy month getting printers in. In fact, I've actually started telling printer manufacturers no at this point because I'm stocked up here. I've got to get a lot in. I have a cool video that I'm doing because of something that happened that will help you recover failed prints. And I'm working on that video now. I started that last night on how to recover failed prints. And I hope I can give some insight and some suggestions that people may not have thought of before. And what else? I don't have. I've got my notebook. What do I want to tell you? Let's see. I'm on my second notebook, guys. After 2 years of doing this, I've burned through one of these notebooks. What else do I have? You guys just saw the Lurch Cave video, I hope. Ender 3 Max. I've got a the Neuril machine. So that Neuril machine that you may have seen not too long ago, I did a live stream on it. It was probably a month or two ago at this point. I actually have a whole video on the Neuril complete review. I think that's all I want to talk about right now. I may do a second video on the Lurch as well. Let's see, let me go to the questions. What's your favorite Lego set? I don't know what my favorite Lego set is. I I will tell you my next Lego set is I actually do have the Mandalorian ship. So that's my next Lego set. I have that sitting in my kitchen waiting to be built. So maybe I'll do that one night this week. That'll be fun. No, I don't think the Z-screws are going to fix your leveling, Zan R7. I think that's not your problem. Hope you do a dual color print on this machine. I absolutely will. The dual color printing on the other machine was wonderful, and so I'll be happy to try dual color again on this one. Particularly one this big. I mean, that sounds awesome. Let's see. They had color changing working on their other machine. I had no problems with it at all. Matthew asked, hey Kersey, I'm designing a belted Z for my Ender 5 using only leftover parts from the Core XY conversion. Do you have any tips for designing printer parts? I use Fusion 360 for all of my designing because I like very precise measurements. So I don't know what other tip I can give you than that. It's a lot of using calipers to figure out exactly how big you want things. You will go through multiple prints before you get it just right. Most of my parts probably take 2 to 3 prints before I'm happy with it. Like I said, Fusion 360, which has a hobby edition now. Am I still going to do a video on how to tune your printers as soon as I get time? I mentioned it earlier in this video that my biggest problem is I've got obligations on the channel right now, which I actually plan on cutting back on, things that I have to do videos on due to, like, I get a printer from someone and then I have to do a review on it, right? That's the deal. So once I get past those obligations, I will get back to some more of those type of videos, which I know people want. Print something giant, I absolutely will. I've got a lot of giant prints coming. I'm glad people are interested in the Lurge. I hope it does really well. I like the Lurge. The only complaint I have about the Lurge is the Octoprint issues, and I'm going to talk to them about it. Favorite Lego set from Astro Printer is the Saturn V. Sounds like an amazing set. I always wanted that one. Any thoughts on Arc Welder? Yes, that will be my next Lurge video. My next Lurge video is going to include Arc Welder. Let's see. Guy says he'll take a printer. I'm going to try to donate most of the printers to organizations like schools and maker spaces. That doesn't mean I won't give away some printers on the channel, but I'll have to think about how I would want to do that. So, future things, future things. What else do I have on my to-do list? Anything that I can talk about? Anyone want to see the Ender 6? I had Banggood provided Ender 6 if anyone wants to see that. SKR Pro V1.2, one of the most requested videos I have, and yes, I'm going to do a video on it. And thanks to a channel supporter, I now have a GTR as well. So a guy I was helping with the GTR on a chat decided that he wanted to help me out and sent me a GTR. So I will probably be checking out a GTR as well. So I do have some interest in the Ender 6. Yep, so 914, that's exactly what I plan to do. I've got a lot of local schools that I think could use some 3D printers. And hopefully I can give these to them. I got to decide which printers are worth giving them. I don't want to give them a project or a printer that doesn't work well. So I've got to pick some printers that I think are worth donating. Now, maybe at some point I'll have a call out. Let's see what we have here. So there we go. I appreciate that. Thank you, Xaner, I just got your Patreon subscription. So thank you very much. Thank you so much for the Patreon support. That's terrific. I really appreciate that. That helps out every month. Thank you. So I have someone loving the GTR, so I do plan on testing that out. What else we got? If you want to toss me a printer, I wouldn't mind. Yep. I heard you, guy. We'll see what we can do. Have I looked at the ByQ H2? Which one is the H2? Da, da, da. Oh, the H2 is just the extruder. So, da da da. The ByQ H2 mean this guy here. I think that's the one you're talking about. You can't see that. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I've got the ByQ H2 here that I haven't actually plugged in yet. But I have looked at it, and I do want to, so it's on the list too. I haven't had a chance to hook it up yet. So Ender 6. Oh, guy, you want the Ender 6? I haven't hooked up the Ender 6 yet. I don't know what my thoughts are on it. Does this printer use separate software for laser and carving? I don't know. I know in the past that they've done some unified software, but I haven't tested this one yet. So I will let you know when I get it hooked up. Thank you, David. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. I appreciate that. Astro says it's all in one. Okay. Like I said, I just haven't hooked it up yet. So I think we're about ready to actually start the actual print on this one. We're almost done with the raft. And for the record, if you guys were wondering on that H2 extruder from ByQ, I actually did purchase that. That actually came from their Kickstarter. So I bought one of their printers because they didn't send me one, and I got that too. And they sent me one for review as well, but I already had one. So I'm looking forward to that. What do we got here? It looks like this is their vase. This is that heart vase, which I guess is completely appropriate for Valentine's Day. I wish I would have had red filament. I guess I should have just grabbed some red filament because this is going to be that Valentine's Day vase. Or excuse me, that heart-shaped vase, I should say. I haven't gotten my, Black Wolf says he hasn't gotten his printer yet, or, yeah. So, I'm sorry. They have not said that they have gotten their printer yet. I don't know if you're a he or she. But you said you haven't gotten your printer yet, and I haven't gotten mine yet either. I've gotten the H2, because I ordered one separate, an additional one, but I have not gotten the printer itself. Have you seen the Orbiter, excuse me, I can't speak. Have you seen the Orbiter extruder? I have seen it because I've seen other channels that have reviewed it, but I do not have one myself. How long is this print going to take? I have no idea. It's going to be a vase mode print, so it's going to be relatively quick, but it doesn't have a time left. It only has a time it's taken, so I can't tell you. I'm probably here in a minute. I'm about to take a break, and I will leave the print going like I typically do. I'll leave some background music going for you, which you can mute if you don't want to listen to. But I'll probably leave it going while I take a short break, go see my family here on Valentine's Day, and then come back when it's done. Do you need venting for resin? I need to look into... I think you at least need to be able to open a window for resin. because the smells are just harsh. I don't necessarily know if the resin smell is going to harm you. It may depend on your sensitivity level. But like my resin, I know how bad this garage smells when I work on it, and I definitely would not want it in my living spaces. And in fact, I even bought an air circulation and filtering system for my garage because of the resin, because I wanted to be able to circulate and try to filter out some of those particulates while I was in here working with resin. Like I said, I know plenty of people that do it in apartments and in houses and don't seem to have any problems, but I know the smell is pretty strong personally. Let's see, I'm off to sleep. Asker, thank you for joining us. Sorry that the print didn't complete, but at least we got it going, and I'm pretty happy with the quality of what I'm seeing here. And I can say, I mean, it's looking good. I can't really tell if it's over or under extruding yet, because this is the first layer, which is going to have a little bit more space, you know? So, let me see here. But it's looking good. Pretty happy with it. Ooh, look, I can get closer. There we go. And Santiago, thank you for joining us from South America, Chile. Great seeing you. Thanks for joining. And you are into the happy test print portion, where everything seems to be doing just great. So as I mentioned, I've been going for about 2 hours and 45 minutes here. What I would really like to do at this point is I'm going to cut my mic, turn on some background music, which you can either listen to or mute or whatever you want to do with. And then I'm going to come back after the print's done, and we will take a look at the quality if you're still sticking around, or you can come back. I think this is probably, I would guess it's got 45 minutes to an hour at least. So you guys can do whatever you're doing, joining me back here in a little bit, if that's what you want to do. Because that's, I think, best. So, thanks for dropping by. If you are going to leave and not be back later, thank you very much for joining the stream. Thank you for all of the donations during the chat. And it's been a wonderful stream so far. So thank you, Lone Tech, for all your help in the chat. I don't know if you're going to stick around or not, or if you're coming back. So, and Xander, thank you very much for your Patreon support. That's a big deal to me, and I really appreciate that. So anyway, like I said, I'm going to put on some background music here. Hopefully you'll be able to hear that just wonderful. And I will see you guys back when this print is done. Thank you very, very much. Oh, and thank you for the subscriptions, by the way. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel. I need more subscriptions. I'm very behind on the subscriptions. I don't know what the deal with that is, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Switches, as well. I missed some of you that just subscribed because all I saw was the little link pop up, and I think a little bit late. So all of you subscribing, if you haven't hit the subscribe button, thank you so much for all these subscriptions here at the end. That's terrific. Thank you. Anyway, a little bit of bumper music, and I will see you guys later. Oh my goodness, all the love, all the love. Going to keep it going. Don't forget, I'm going to keep the stream going. All right, so now I'm going to stop singing because apparently it is done. I just looked at the live stream and there it was, all done with. And apparently I'm peaking a little bit on my sound here. So let me move that around a little bit. All right, I think we're good. Let me know how we're doing. I'm going to go ahead and we will go back to a close-up. But I obviously am going to have to refocus this to where we are. So let's take a look at how it did here. Thanks for everyone for sticking around. I see that there are still almost 40 of you in the stream. And let me see what tools this came with. I noticed it didn't seem to come with the usual tools, which is kind of surprising. There's no scraper. There's no snips. But, you know, at least we got a full set of hex keys. So I think that's probably something they should add. Has Lone Tech been a real problem? Apparently I'm going to have to, like, mod someone else to counter his ruthlessness. Anyway, so let's see what happens if I try to peel this off. Let's see if it actually, curious if I try to peel it off, if it will actually break maybe at the raft, or is it going to pull it off? Because I guarantee it's still stuck because it's still hot. Let's see. Or do their raft settings suck? Well, that's what I was afraid. I was afraid that was going to happen. Oh well. We can still take a look at the print. That was funny. I enjoyed that. Because we are definitely still stuck here, and since it didn't give us a scraper, and I, didn't go grab one, then we're still having a problem with that raft. They need to work on their raft settings. The bed is definitely still warm, and I don't want to damage it. So I'm going to, yeah, that's thoroughly stuck. It's going to have to cool all the way down, but I did want to finish off the stream. So let's go ahead and take a look. I will make sure that you can see what's going on here. There we go. So here it is. Why is that on there? Let's see. Okay, so there we go. You can see, I think, pretty well here. And what are my thoughts? The layer consistency is really good. I think at one point in time someone mentioned that there possibly might be a little bit of banding, and I can see what they're talking about. It's a difficult thing to make out, because if it's banding, it's really frequent. And given the fact that this is not a vase mode print, you can distinctly see the layers because it is yeah, you can distinctly see the layers because each layer is only a little bit off from the previous one. There's no, like, consistent layering. But the thing that I think bothers me the most is you can see a bit of a moire on this print, and I'm trying to show it to you, and I don't know if I am going to be able to get the right distance from the camera to show it. Maybe if I turn it just right, you can see a little bit of the moire effect. So there we go. Just a little bit. And again, I don't know what steppers they're using. So if they're using certain steppers, they could be ending up with a little bit of something similar to the salmon skinning that we used to see on some older printers. We know these aren't silent steppers because I heard this print the entire time. And so that's what we're looking at. There's a little bit of moire effect on some of these angles that you shouldn't be seeing. So when I do the full review for this, I'm definitely going to have to take a look and see how it does on certain types of curves. Since I didn't slice this, I don't have a lot of information about how it was sliced and what settings were used. So until I start using my own settings, I don't really have a good feel for it. But overall, the print's not bad. I wish they would have done a vase mode to give me something a little bit more consistent to go off of. But I do possibly see a little Z-banding and a little moire on here. So I think, what are those? You guys are still in chat. I think there's, what's those steppers that used to need the TL smoothers? Those are the ones I'm thinking about. Starts with a DV or something like that. Anyway, I think that may be what we're talking about, is that they may be using the wrong steppers. What are those? I'm going to see if I can find it. While we're sitting here together finishing this up. DV were the settings. DV. TL smoothers. All right. I still may not know what I'm talking about. It's been a long time. And only some of you are listening, or maybe you guys just don't know the answer either. Oh, DRV. There we go. DVR 8825s. I would almost bet money that these are DVR 8825s looking at the artifacts that I'm sitting on the print. So I'm going to take a look. I will, for my review, I will go ahead and probably pop off one of those heat sinks as long as it looks like I won't damage the board in doing so, or I'll just send them an email. You know what? I've got good access to the company. Hopefully I can just send them an email and find out what they are. But I would almost bet that they are DVR 8825s. But anyway, I am happy you guys stuck around. And I appreciate all of the time you spent with me this afternoon. And I hope you have an excellent rest of your Valentine's Day, or as some of us like to call it, Sunday. So again, thanks again. I will have a full sort of, I guess, a smaller review, a quicker review than I normally would do on something like this. I will get that review up, and you can give it a thought before you decide whether you want to back it or not. Because I haven't given you enough money to really, I haven't given you enough information to tell you whether to spend your money on this one. So, again, I like the smaller one, and I hope that the larger one here is as good as its little brother was. But anyway, thanks for your time, and I will see you guys in my next video, which I hope will come out this week if things go my way. I'll see you next time.